All right, go.
We're live?
Yep.
Oops. I call to order the regular Board of Education meeting on February 2025 at 6:34 p.m. in the boardroom of Oak Park and Forest High School, and ask for roll call, please.
Mr. Griffin,
Here.
Dr. Monarch. Ms. Arkin. Here. Ms. Winsley. Here. Dr. Livingston. Mr. Randall.
Here.
Mr. Costi.
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed. It shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Excuse me. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. And litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered in the minutes of the closed meeting. And a roll call, please.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Ms. Winsley.
Yes.
Mr. Griffin.
Yes.
Mr. Randall.
Yes.
And Mr. Costi.
Yes.
till it gets to the part that I need to be a part of. So we could just see here. So how was your day?
Okay, we are reconvening open session. And our first order of business is the seating of student board delegates and the taking of the oath. So as a brief introduction, in recent years, this Board of Education has considered amplifying student voice by allowing students to sit at the board table and contribute to our deliberations. After researching what other districts do, as well as what is allowed by Illinois State School Code, we have developed a pilot program that we are excited to kick off here today. For this pilot, we have student delegates from grades 9 through 12. Delegates are expected to attend all board meetings as observers. One junior or one senior delegate will sit at the board table each meeting and participate in the dialogue. For continuity, juniors are expected to serve as delegates for 2-year terms. There are some limitations. Students will not be allowed to vote or participate in closed session. In addition, student delegates do not count towards a quorum or Open Meetings Act limitations. Each student will be assigned a Board of Education mentor to answer questions and coach them, contributing to the dialogue. Our hope is that the benefit will be two-way. Students will gain experience in local governance, while the boards will gain a broader perspective from our students. As I mentioned, this program currently is a pilot. We will continue to assess and reshape it as needed for maximum impact. So with that said, tonight we have 6 of our selected delegates before us. We have Olive Tepper. Raise your hand, just Iris Keene, Gayatri Gadvi, Miriam Butler, Isabel Hanneberg Reese, and Leonidas Campbell. Okay, so with that, I am going to ask you all to take the oath of office, which I will read to you, and you will then reaffirm. And we're going to do it because you have it written. We're going to do it one paragraph at a time. So a little bit of responsive reading here. So I state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of student delegate to the Board of Education of Oak Park and River Forest High School District 200 in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
I, Iris Keene, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of student delegate to the Board of Education, Oak Park and River Forest High School District 200, in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
I further swear that I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow student delegates, board members, and others who seek a hearing before the board while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow student delegates, board members, and others who seek a hearing before the board while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
I shall recognize that board members and as student delegates have no legal authority as individuals and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote of board members at a public board meeting.
I shall recognize that board members and the student delegates have no legal authority as individuals and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote of board members at a school board meeting.
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
As student delegates to the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the district.
As student delegate to the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district.
I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the student body and school community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Oak Park and River Forest High School.
I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the student body and school community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Oak Park and River Forest High School.
I shall assist in establishing a structure and an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall assist in establishing a structure and environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement in all conditions affecting the education of our children in compliance with state law.
I shall strive to ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement in all conditions affecting the education of our children in compliance with student laws.
I shall serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students in our community school to advance the vision for District 200.
I shall serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students in our community school to advance the vision for District 200.
And I shall strive to work together with the district superintendent to lead the school district toward fulfilling the vision the board has created, fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills, knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
I shall strive to work together with the district superintendent to lead the school district towards fulfilling the vision the board created, fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills, knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
With that, I present to you all our student delegates of the Board of Education. We will invite Iris, here you go, to join us at the table. And our other delegates will join us in the audience and look forward to your contributions. Okay. With that, our next order of business are the introductory reports, starting with the student showcase.
Could scan the audience like I normally do. We have one student? Here we go. We do not have a student. Oh, we do have a student showcase.
They didn't. They didn't come? No. They didn't show up, so I'm sorry.
Sorry to say, we do not have a student showcase.
But we do have a student showcase with our delegates.
I guess they were taking it.
So if I could say, the students that were supposed to be here tonight, I do have a presentation that they were going to give, so I'll just make sure you guys get a copy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, and with that, then we will have our student council liaison report. Right. All right.
Good evening, board members. I just want to start by apologizing that I missed last meeting. I sadly fell victim to the flu that swept through Opera, so it was a rough couple of days. To begin, the speech team held their public performance in the Little Theater on January 28th to send their participants off to postseason meets. This public performance allows the student speech team to present their pieces to family and friends, as well as have their speeches approved for regionals, sectionals, and state. I spoke to 4-year speech team member William Cody, who has seen the program grow from only 10 to 15 students to now around 30 over these past years. The speech team was able to send 3 of their participants down to state for 4 events, the largest group they have sent in a long time. William Cody expressed how the whole team was immensely proud of their qualifiers in the 2025 season. OPRF held their Japan Fest on Saturday, February 1st. I spoke to various students who attended from different grade levels, and there was nothing short of high praise. Students love Japan Fest because it offers them an opportunity to experience and appreciate an unfamiliar and beautiful culture. Japan Fest was a big hit this year, with not only students but community members as well attending in the festivities. I specifically spoke to 4-year Japanese student Liam Tui, who expressed his great admiration for the annual event and of OPRF's Japanese classes as well. Liam spoke highly of, sorry if I butcher this name, but Miss Schmedek, I'm so sorry if I butchered that. Japanese teacher. Thank you, sorry. The Japanese teacher here at OPRF, whose passionate and driven attitude allows for Japan Fest to thrive as it does every year. This year, there were various dishes and candies offered, as well as immersive cultural activities, some even led by OPRF's Japanese foreign exchange students. Overall, the individuals I spoke to expressed nothing but praise for Japan Fest. OPRF held their second signing day on February 5th for class of 2025 athletes committed to compete at a collegiate level. I attended this event and spoke to a few athletes that were honored during the ceremony. The opinion of the athletes I spoke to was that the event was efficient and an overall positive experience. The only feedback I received was that athletes wished they were able to announce their own commitment before signing, like they've done in past ceremonies. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it at this ceremony, and I will communicate this opinion to the proper faculty members within the athletic to try and change that for future ceremonies. As you know, OPRF held its annual Tradition of Excellence assembly on February 13th. We commemorate 3 honorees, Major Sergeant Devin Pepper, Robert Buck Halpern, and Emery Lehman. My fellow student council officers and I have received much praise for our speeches and interviews, with many applauding our professionalism. Much of the student feedback for the assembly was positive. Many thought the interviews were engaging, the honorary stories were intriguing, and the celebration was overall well executed. The Office of Equity and Student Success hosted Black Professionals Day on Tuesday, February 16th during second and third period in the auditorium. I spoke to senior and student council officer Patty Brandt about her experience participating in this event. For those who do not know, Black Professionals Day is an event where African Americans in various career paths come to Opera and discuss their professions as well as how they navigate their career as a person of color. Ms. Grant expressed it was a very eye-opening experience, as all the speakers came from different backgrounds and professions, yet were successful and happy with their lives and careers despite any struggles they might have faced. She expressed how it was a great way to build connections and see how limitless opportunities for Black students are. Finally, I would like to discuss the much-awaited winter formal Opera is hosting this Saturday, February 22nd. Student council has decorated the main entrance in our winter wonderland theme. We have been pushing it like crazy to the student body through social media posts, lunch period activities, announcements, posters, decorations, and more. Tickets have been steadily increasing these past few days, which student council is very happy to see and is of course a great sign. We are looking forward to the event and its festivities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Noreen. And I will add to the praise of the work that your group did for the tradition of excellence. It was truly remarkable. And I've been to it for many, many years. So you've done it. You keep outdoing yourselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Johnson.
So I have to kind of keep on that praise just for a moment, long enough to say that Nora, you've done such a good job with your student council reports. You've cut out half of my superintendent's announcements. So thank you. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, feel free. All right, I do a few announcements I'm gonna read that you haven't already covered. First, 3 of our science students have been named Chicago Regional Semifinalists for the prestigious Junior Science and Humanities Symposium, JSHS, and will compete for a chance to advance to nationals. Congratulations and good luck to seniors Abby Felkoff, Lev Kumekubebe, and Delora Chinchillo. Congratulations to the OPRF chess team and their coach Reginald Payne for winning 3 out of 4 matches at the sectional tournament at Evanston Township High School. This hardworking team is headed to state this weekend. This team includes Nina Axelrod, Jack Flynn, Madeline Green, Andrew Hope, Akasha Korea, Koji Lemke, Gabe Wheel, Josh Lopez, Noah Prokop, and Neil Sharma. Go Huskies and good luck. And finally, a huge kudos to the OPRF Jazz Combo for earning first place at the 35th Annual Purdue Jazz Festival. Kevin Cabrera, Brett James, Spencer Momoa, Julie Peterson, and Charlie Peterson competed against 30 jazz combos and nearly 100 bands. Other notable achievements from the team included Best Rhythm Section Award and Outstanding Soloist Awards for every member. So congratulations to Huskies, and that concludes my announcements, my brief announcements.
Thank you.
Yep.
And our last report is the FOIA status. Lisa?
15 submitted to resolve.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next order of business is employee recognition. And I would ask my fellow board members to assist me. Tim, would you mind? Sure. Thank you.
Today, we are pleased to continue our employee recognition program for the 2024-25 school year. This recognition is sponsored by Oak Park Bank, the Wintrust Community Bank, and Chris Griffin is here.
He is here. Yeah, indeed.
He's here to present gifts to the February winners of our employee recognition program. First, I'm so excited about this. We would like to congratulate Meredith McGuire, music teacher, 5 in the Applied Arts Department, who was selected as Teacher of the Month. Here's one of the highlights from the nominations received for Meredith. Ms. McGuire's passion inspires students, fosters a supportive choir community, and leads them to incredible opportunities. Her dedication, leadership, and kindness make her an invaluable champion of the arts at OPRF. Congratulations, Meredith. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes.
Hello.
I do want to say that my favorite moment of this experience was the confusion that I experienced when Linda Parker was walking to my classroom yelling, "Woo!" And I was like, what is happening? What's going on? But I do just want to say this is a tremendous honor. You may or may not know that I am an alumni and I'm very proud to be a staff member here, but also to teach music in the classroom that was the place that I decided that this was what I wanted to do. So I'm just very honored. Thank you so much.
Oh, we have that photo time here.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I promise the results of this stuff stop coming through.
Leave it on that. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Goodness. Thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
Next.
Please.
Okay, and now I'd like to extend congratulations to Douglas Chan, volunteer of the month. Here are some of the highlights from the nominations for Doug. Doug's leadership and dedication to applause have revitalized the group. He secures sponsors, organizes meetings, volunteers at every event, and tirelessly supports OPRF's performing arts students, ensuring their success and recognition. So congratulations, Doug. Is there anything you'd like to say?
If I may.
Come on out.
Thanks for the recognition. It's important that I recognize the fellow volunteers that served with me, Laura Churchhouse and Meg Chalmers in particular. One of them nominated me, I'm guessing, so I kind of blame them for this. So applause, we are the parent support group for the performing arts. So that includes band, orchestra, choir, theater, dance, speech team, and jazz combo. And I want to note that the arts traditionally have gotten the short stick when it comes to funding over a lot of other things that are also worthy, but you know, the arts play an important role in raising good citizens. And we sent a record number of kids to state for their achievements because they are just that good. And I want to point out for the recent jazz competition at Purdue, apparently the jazz combo, they got a standing ovation from the judges in front of all the other bands. They are ridiculous. 2 years in a row, we had the top jazz drummer in the state from this school. These are the sort of things that really set us apart that other things I don't really think do. And then to bring it home, you know, Miss Meredith, when she was a student here, they wore choir robes. Well, those are the same robes they still have. So we're talking like 30 years old. They need to get replaced and funds need to be allocated for things like that on an ongoing basis, like they are for so many other activities. And the same in the marching band. Their uniforms are apparently pushing like 13 years old and are showing their age. So hopefully y'all can see fit to increase funding for those activities, and thanks for your time. No, I'm gonna do this part.
That concludes our recognition, and we now move on to public comment. We have two.
Yes.
Okay. A couple comments just before we begin. For the speakers, please limit public comments concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. This section is not intended to be a dialogue with the board. So
Our first speaker tonight is Vincent, and I don't want to mess up your last name.
Don't worry about
Okay.
it. Can I ask the name of the second person? Because I think that was a mistake.
Crossed out? You crossed it out.
I thought it was a sign-in sheet, that's my bad. Sorry.
Are you speaking?
I'm not speaking.
No.
You're not speaking, okay, all right, okay,
Could I move the language?
please, yes, thank you.
And could I just introduce myself before my time starts?
Oh.
Okay.
let me stop. You got 5 seconds.
Okay, I'm Vincent, my name is, I'm a senior. I'm coming here to talk to you about the state of undocumented immigrant students at Opera. Sorry. Okay, good evening, board members. OPRN prides itself on a commitment to providing fair treatment, access, opportunity, and advancement for all its students. While attending OPRF, I have seen the school's growing efforts to bridge inequalities for the community's longstanding members. However, the new administration of President Donald J. Trump has made living up to these longstanding values much more difficult, especially regarding immigrant members of our school and community. This includes a directive from the Department of Homeland Security that strips schools of their titles as sensitive zones and allows immigration authorities to arrest undocumented immigrants within schools. The reality of deportation and apprehension have driven many families in our community into fear. Many of my friends and peers have stopped coming to school, mostly being obliged by their parents out of fear. Since January the 20th, my peers and I have seen an extremely concerning mental, academic, and social decline. That deportation and detainment threats are causing our immigrant peers, students, and friends. We cannot expect immigrants to feel comfortable going to school when their existence on this nation's soil is threatened constantly. Student safety should be our school's top priority. Although the District 200 School Board passed a resolution in 2017 that declares Oak Park River Forest to be a safe zone for students and families threatened by immigration enforcement and discrimination, 8 years have passed since these affirmations and they need urgent revamping. We want to express our gratitude for Superintendent Johnson's statement released on Monday, January 27th. However, we must acknowledge that we are still behind as a district. A statement like this is only the first step in adequately responding to the new policies of this administration. We urgently request that the school board continue to directly support our undocumented and recently arrived students by revising the current 2017 D200 Safe Zone Resolution to ensure their safety. We insist that a newly revised resolution include the following: an update in language, a school-wide educational program educating both staff and faculty on the current situation regarding the immigrant experience, acknowledgements of changes in federal law and commitment to consistent adaptation to new conditions, and an updated response plan in the case of an immigration official coming to the school. In moments of extreme threats to the livelihood of many in our community, it is our fundamental right and obligation to speak up. Let us not be mistaken, this is an attack on all of our community, as well as an attack on the health of our school. This school must have no patience for any teacher, staff, or administrator who refuses or avoids affirming their commitment to the safety of our immigrant students. We urge the school board to affirm the above stated principles by approving the revisions to our policy. This statement was signed by 350 students, 48 teachers, 12 staff, and 30 members of the Oak Park River Forest community for a total of 440 signatures. If we may, we'd also like to pass out our revisions to the policy that I previously mentioned, the 2017 one, when we gave the states whenever it would be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, are we sure? We're not speaking? Just making sure. Our next speaker is Bryce. Lloyd Malliot.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Bryce Malliot, and I have been a dedicated teaching assistant with the district for nearly 13 years. Throughout my time here, I have consistently gone above and beyond in my role, helping students not just succeed academically, but thrive personally. My most recent performance review was nearly flawless. The idea that I suddenly cannot perform my job simply does not align with the facts. Yet, despite my proven history of success, The administration is now asking you to approve my termination based on fabricated information. The district claims my termination is based on my inability to perform essential functions of my job. That is simply not true. I have safely lifted and toileted students for over a decade. I have performed all essential functions of my role without ever needing an accommodation before this year. I have never asked to be exempt from lifting, transferring, or toileting students. The independent medical examiner explicitly concurred with my position that I could perform my essential job functions, yet the district falsely claimed that the IME refused to render a decision. This is not a miscommunication. This is a deliberate falsehood. Throughout this school year alone, I have been reassigned 27 documented times to cover teaching assistant absences across a wide variety of positions within the special education department. These assignments have ranged from individual one-on-one support, classroom-wide TA roles, assisting students across the multiple disability categories. In every case, I have adapted, succeeded, demonstrating my versatility and ability to serve the district's needs. The real reason I am being terminated today is retaliation for advocating for my coworkers and students and the community at large. I have been a strong advocate for my students and my colleagues. I have filed grievances against the district for ADA violations and unfair labor practices. I have submitted FOIA requests which expose the district's failure to properly train HR staff on ADA compliance. I submitted FOIA requests in my capacity as a union steward that uncovered violations of our CBA in relation to the use of temporary workers. Since taking, I have reported health and safety concerns in good faith under the Illinois Whistleblowers Act. Since taking these actions, I've been interrogated, targeted, and retaliated against at every step of the process. Now, instead of holding the administration accountable for these failures, the district is trying to fire me, the person who exposed them. If this board votes to approve my termination, you are not just signing off on an employment decision. You are approving a termination that will likely lead to legal action against the district. The ADA requires the district to engage in an interactive process in good faith, which they failed to do. The EEOC considers delays, obstruction, destructive, or retaliatory accommodation processes to be evidence of discrimination. The Illinois Whistleblowers Act protects employees from retaliation for reporting workplace safety concerns. This termination is a lawsuit waiting to happen. I have sought legal advice regarding my opinions, and I am prepared both legally and financially to take every step necessary to ensure my rights are upheld. I strongly encourage you to consider the liability you may be exposing the district to by approving this recommendation.
Thank you. That concludes. I just want to state that the Board of Education cannot and will not address confidential personal matters involving one of the district's employees in open session. Mr. Malliott was provided the ability to address the board in closed session this evening in accordance with the rights as an employee. Let's move on to the consent agenda. And before we vote, are there any items on the consent agenda that board members would want to pull for discussion? So B is pulled until we complete further discussion. Others? Okay. While they're doing, let me then introduce the consent agenda. I move, so we're gonna, Iris, this is for you. We're gonna vote on a whole block that we've discussed, and we've already discussed. So this is gonna be kind of a blanket vote consent. I move to approve the open and closed minutes of January 23rd, 2025 and February 6th, 2025, and a declaration that the audio tapes of the closed session minutes of April 2023 be destroyed. C, I move to approve the discipline improvement plan for the Illinois State Board of Education as presented. D, approval of the contract extension with First Student for special education transportation services at a 3.5% for an estimated annual cost of $56,865. E, approval of the Midwest Integrated Solutions Project quotes for the campus safety camera system in the amount of $175,610. F, approval of the December 2024 Treasury report as presented. G, approval of the December 2024 financial report as presented. H, approval of the January and February 2025 check disbursements and financial resolutions, including the payroll resolution for March 2025.
Second.
And the roll call, please.
Mr. Grandmas.
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee. Yes. Dr. Lipscomb.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Lister.
Yes.
Mr. Arkman.
Yes.
And Ms. Paulson.
Yes, the motion passes. And we move to our discussion section, of which we have 4 topics this evening. The first is the monitoring freshmen on track and chronic absenteeism. Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, this report, thank you, Mr. Kowski. This report is an extension or a follow-up from the report card presentation we gave back in November in the Board of Education. There were a number of areas we discussed, of course. There were 2 specific areas that we know we really wanted to focus on, and that is specifically the monitoring of the freshman on track metric and the monitoring of chronic absenteeism, both areas that we wanted to see. We talked about coming to the board a little bit later in the school year, talking about the process, talking about the steps that we've taken to kind of really focus on this in the school district, and you see that outlined in the memo here. This report is in compliance with strategic plan priority 1 and priority 2, as well as board policy 615 on school accountability. And here to give a quick overview and answer any questions you may have about those efforts are Dr. Laura Fiorenza and Principal Parker. So I turn it over to Bruce.
So just to get started, as Dr. Johnson said, we monitor the freshmen on track. It is reported in the school report card, but we monitor it regardless. So we use EWS data, which is early warning system data, to determine how students are doing at the quarters and at the semester. So we're looking at things like attendance, discipline, particularly grades, STAR scores, to get a good picture of how the students are doing. When we see students, particularly in this case freshmen, are struggling, we have a number of interventions and supports that we utilize. So things like the West 40 programming, we have math and reading interventions, we have executive functioning, study skills support, we have mentor study. There are a plethora of supports within student services, counseling, social work, those types of services, and of course, if a student still fails regardless of some of those interventions, we do have credit recovery opportunities that we offer. So the number of students that typically in a year, freshmen that are off track are less than 60 to 70. So stays within that lower range. It's very important to us to support those students in a better way. So we see that in the Illinois School Report Card, we have remained relatively stagnant. We haven't had a major decrease in students that get off track. So this year, one of the things we did at the end of semester 1 was we looked at all of the students, freshmen, that failed a core class, because that's what matters in freshman on track, it's that core class. So we looked at students who failed one of those core classes with a 45% or higher, because we thought that we could do a grade credit recapture so that we could prevent them from getting off track, getting unmotivated in that second semester. So we have 29 students that fell into that category. And so the plan was to give those students reteaching based on the skill that they were struggling with during the semester. So teachers were utilized math, English, history to review the students' progress in first semester, look at what skills they were struggling with, and then offer them an opportunity once a week or more, but they were required to come at least once a week for an hour and a half after school for a reteaching opportunity. However long it took, it could vary by students. There was no mandatory certain amount of time. It was until they could demonstrate mastery of that skill, the student would then have the F replaced with a passing grade of a D. They couldn't earn any higher than the D, but our concern was to make sure that the students passed their classes and were on track going into semester 2. So of those 29 students, we had 6 in English and history take advantage of that opportunity, 9 in math take advantage of that opportunity. At this point, 1 student in English has passed the class and received the grade of a D. All of the students, the 6 in English and history, but 9 in math, are still working. So even though I only have 1 right now, they're continuing to show up and continuing to work with the teacher. They have 9 full weeks to complete this opportunity. So we still have until roughly the beginning of April. And so they're continuing to do this work. In addition to that, I also thought it was important to have better collaboration with the 2 feeder schools. So what I did was I took 8th grade data that they already gave to us. So these are things that they shared with us. Current 8th grade class, current 8th grade grade, their MAP scores, and I added their first semester freshman data. What was the class they took as a freshman? What was the grade they earned? What was their attendance? What was their disciplinary infractions? How did they do on the STAR test? So that we could just begin to look at, are there any correlations? How are students doing as an 8th grader? How are they doing as a freshman? Do we see them dip off when they come here? Do we see them get better? Do we see any correlations with attendance? And so, you know, I took my own notes, kind of did my own, like, oh, that's interesting, that's interesting. Also was in there, like, students who were recommended for particular interventions or courses. And when those students didn't take those interventions or courses, we saw that there was typically a negative outcome. The grade was a C or below, which is not what we want to see. I met with both District 90 and 97. We looked over the data. We noticed that math is probably the place we wanted to start because it was the biggest concern with the number of students scoring a C or below. And so we are in the process right now of just doing some other things together. We're going to get our math teachers together, our math department heads together, and start looking at 3 things: instruction, curriculum, and supports, to see if we cannot better support our freshman students between 8th grade and their freshman year to curb the freshmen getting off track before it even gets started.
And then we just took a look at the chronic absenteeism. So as you saw in the report, remember that is defined by Illinois state law, chronic absenteeism as being 10%. The student misses 10% of school day for the entire school year. So that is factored off of 180 days. So we're talking about 18 days for the entire school year. We are not as stringent on our guidelines as of yet because we are still working with parents and families within our community to understanding the importance of attending school every day. We also do the collection of attendance data by period because we don't always have students who are out for a full day. Sometimes they are out for various periods of the day based on times they are called out by parents. I'm going to give you a brief overview of our attendance guidelines and how we notify families, and then also what was new for this year in terms of what we were doing to monitor this. So when a student, and think for each of this as I'm going through, we're talking about in a single class, so a single class period. Once a student misses between 4 to 6 times of a class, the teacher is the first line of contact to parents. And they are calling to notify to make sure parents and families are aware that the student is missing class. We also have robocalls, but this is a personal attempt to making sure that we are addressing and supporting any needs that the family may have for the student attending class. After 8 times missed in a single class, our deans make another outreach to families to let them know that we're reaching a critical status. And remember, this is 8 times within a semester that they are making that contact. Once a student reaches the threshold of 12, that is when we institute an attendance improvement plan. You may be familiar with hearing the word contract come out. It was refashioned this year into an attendance improvement plan that is worked on with the student and with the dean and their PSS team in order to have the student be more aware of what is happening with their credit in the class. Letting students know that if they continue to miss classes, they risk losing credit for that course. The course credit is reviewed at the end of the semester with all of the absences, and it is decided whether there are or understood whether or not there were some extenuating factors that might have made a student be absent from class, so that we can get to figuring out of those students who missed over, I believe at that time, it's 17 absences in class, whether or not they will be receiving credit for that class. So what is new for this year, the attendance improvement plans, as I said, was more adequately a better description for what that contract is, because we're not making an agreement, we're kind of making sure that we're assisting students to knowing how important it is that they are in their courses. We do send out an attendance report for families. We try to do this at the beginning of every semester so that students and their families can go over at home what the attendance pattern has been for the past semester and talk together on how they can make some remediations if there were concerns. We also started with our special education students to trying to make sure that they were being included in our guidelines and making a specific effort to who of our students can be held to these specific guidelines and whose may be, as a manifestation of their disability, unable to be held to the same criteria, so that we're making sure that we're individualizing our supports for students. The faculty are notified for any students who lose credit in their courses so that they are aware, and we can work to making sure that we're ensuring that students have access to recovering that credit. We also created an attendance handbook this year. And it was like for all things attendance related in one place so that students, parents, and faculty could find that information. And then know that our PSS teams are working on this when they meet around the EWS data as well, so that we can see what the ramifications are of their attendance on grades and also possibly discipline while they're within the school. So I wanted to put that out there so that I gave kind of the framework to what you read in the report. And we are here to take questions.
Okay, questions from board members? Jonathan?
Sure, yeah, I have a question about the new initiative, getting our freshmen on track, and I think it's fantastic, it's great to hear that this is happening. I'm just curious about the what led to designating the 45% threshold. I just would like to know what if that was data informed, what guided that decision.
So it was teacher, quantitative and qualitative driven. Teachers in my conversations felt like 45% was recoverable quickly, and they felt that when students got below that 45%, it was, you're missing a whole lot of skills. There's more gaps at 30%, at 25%, as opposed to 45%. So my mind was, it was a pilot to see, will kids show up? Will they recover the credit? Will this be important to them? And so one of the things we've already considered is that was reactive. And so we're looking to be proactive. So it was just a pilot. We weren't really looking to like make that a permanent thing. We just wanted to kind of like, should we do something like this? Would teachers be interested? Or kids can be interested? Will parents support it? And we got a yes, a resounding yes from all of those parts. So now third quarter midterm has just come out, so we're polling that information to see how many freshmen are already maybe struggling in some classes and what are some ways we can implement this similar process, but the recovery of maybe a unit or a task that hasn't been completed, or how can we utilize some of our tutors to support these students differently. So that was way more than you asked.
No, that's good.
It all goes together.
The main concern I have, I think, we're just looking at the, a set sort of percentage, is that, it does, potentially go against the reality that students have, varying degrees of capacity or motivation to do the work. And so, and circumstances that led to perhaps a failing grade in the first place. So somebody could have ended up with a 30% that is a fantastic student, but had just the worst term ever and has the motivation to really take part in this. I'm just wondering if
Absolutely, of course. So sometimes what we see is when a student has below those 45%, 20, 30, they have already talked to the counselor, which is why of the 29, all 29 did not sign up. Many of them had either dropped a lower math class, they had decided to do something different. So that's what you end up seeing. Some kids were at like 3%, 5%. And so it was a different situation that we needed to attack differently. It wasn't just recapture that grade, you missed a few skills. There's more intervention and support there. So this needs to be kind of a scaffolded response, right? Students that are below a 10%, they need West 40, they need counselor support, they need maybe some social work. The attendance contracts played into it. How many of those kids were on an attendance contract versus a student at a 45% where it was, they missed a paper, one essay, they didn't do well. That's quick and easy, we can recover that. Students in that middle, we still need to collect some data, but I think being more proactive as opposed to reactive, we're gonna get that data, and I think that will open up the door to a lot more kids being able to be supported and served by just being proactive.
Thank you.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah, while we're talking about being proactive, one of the things that went through my mind is that, is there a way, are you looking, now that we can, I mean, in years past, we haven't had data from our feeder districts.
Right.
Are you looking for certain data points that you can identify these students prior to the start of the semester, or that you could say, hey, this is a student that really, could be marginal in a whether it's math, English, history, in this class, all right, so that rather than working, behind the eight ball, we're in front of it with these particular students, because it is a manageable number of students. I mean, it's
a very manageable number of students. So we're kind of trying to do two things at the same time through the collaboration with districts 90 and 97. One, we're trying to make sure that our curriculum and our instructional practices align so that students are matriculating in a smooth fashion so that they don't come here and there are totally different expectations. We're teaching math in a totally different way, not suggesting that we are, but we're about to broach that conversation with our teachers to see what insights they have. Thus far, we're looking at it from a numbers perspective, right? What does the data say? What does the grades say from freshman year, first semester? What are the 8th grade grades? But we know that teachers know these students far better and far deeper than just numbers. And so by getting the teachers at the table to really talk about what's happening in those classrooms, we think we will be able to say, here are some things we can change, not just at the high school when they get here, but at the 8th grade level before they get here, to ensure that the instruction and the curriculum is seamless, to ensure that supports are in place in the same ways at both places. We're looking at attendance the same way, we're looking at discipline in similar ways. So the intention is not just to identify them earlier, but to see where the gaps are in our curriculum instruction and our supports.
Are you able to obtain, I don't know, even know what the number is, there's a significant number of kids that do not come from our feeder districts. I don't know what that number might be. Are you able for that number to obtain data from other districts outside of our feeder district? For kids that, let's say, get moved from Berkeley here or from Chicago here, are you able to go back to their school and obtain that same kind of data?
I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson, make sure you want to interrupt. Interject. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna jump out. This is,
Interject.
all I want to interject is I know that Dr. Applewhite's
Yes, I'm gonna say, yeah.
did an
I believe
on this, and she's online.
So she can answer.
Yeah, and Dr. Applewhite, I have the slide up, the exact data. I'm kind of calling you in cold here, but. Do you want
I'm
me to
sorry, I can't see the slide that you're referring to.
Oh, it's not projected, it's on my screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I believe it was data shared.
We did talk about it, yeah. Do you want to go ahead, Dr. Applewhite, do you have it there? You want to talk to him?
So we are working to look at and pull data from different feeder schools. Members of my team and I have been looking at non-feeder school data to determine how best to support those students. So that is something that we're currently doing through our resource allocation review process. We have literally gone through student by student to see where they are coming from. We have some data, we have most data because we're looking at students. Now, keep in mind, these are students that are current sophomores, so we are using regressive data. But we do know where some of our students are coming from. And we are currently looking at ways to best support them. So I don't have the number offhand. I can get that to you at a later time, but I can tell you how many students from. So there are roughly 25% of our students who come from these schools that we are looking at their data. I'm sorry, I don't have that information
No, it's good.
in front of me to tell you a number.
So that's my bad, and it's a little, I can share that really quick. There were 61 students that we analyzed as a result of this, okay? And
Yes, so
were from
and
our
25% of those students were from 25% of those students were transfer students.
22 of the 61 were transferred or enrolled in a different school in 8th grade in one of our local feeders. And so one of the things that they found when they talked about this was that there was no real clear identifying, quality, right? It was scattershot in a lot of ways, these 22 were from a lot of different districts. But that is the largest single clearly identifiable group from the students who are off track. So the transfer students are significant, but it's really hard to identify exactly what those qualities are from those transfers. That's where we are right now in the analysis.
Right. Of that number, 25% of those students were transfer students that were off track. So that is correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Audrey?
So first of all, thank you for the work. I mean, I love the thinking and just the actions that you're putting in place. And so one question regarding the students, who are going through the credit recovery, because when you're in a core class, it continues the next term. So what kind of supports or work is going on for their current class, even as they're working to recover the credit from the prior semester?
So the teachers are aware that they're doing the grade recapture. Specific supports while they're doing the recapture. We don't have anything different than what's already available. The tutoring center, executive functioning study skills. I think every teacher wanted to talk with the student and the parent. And so I think, like Principal Parker had just said, it's another personal contact. This was an opportunity for the teacher, and I was on Zoom with 2 parents and 2 different students. And you got to hear a really rich conversation where it was, you're doing really well at this, you struggled with just this. Some of it is time management. We did some surveying, some of it is time management. Students indicated 4 areas that I've also shared with the middle school, and we're talking about doing some cross advisory lessons that are appropriate, age appropriate. But they talked about not knowing how to prioritize, specifically when to do what, but also when to have their free time. They indicated that they struggled with just general time management. How much time do I need to do each thing? They also spoke of how do I get proper rest to keep up the pace of a lot of what I need to do. So we have had some conversations about how to infuse that. Students that are 45% and above, it was very minimal things that they just didn't do. Or that they struggled with and kind of like let it go. These were not students who their attendance was very good. They were here 90+% of the time. So I think we have to use this pilot and then talk to the students afterwards. What changed, what didn't change? How can we infuse some executive functioning skills in there? How can we work with student services around just, in some cases, better attendance? And then I really, really think it's about being proactive. How can we catch this at midterm before? I mean, it's discouraging to students when they start to fail. And when you're 15, 16, it's like, as soon as I start to fail and I'm sliding, I kind of just stop then, okay, what's the point? And so I'm really trying to work with the teachers who are very passionate about this, catching them before they start to do that.
That's really important. I really appreciate hearing the connection with parents, because we had a focus group recently, and one of the pieces of feedback was around parents wanting to be, oh, we're assuming, right? So how do they find out what's going on, you know, earlier rather than waiting until you're. And Principal Carver, really looking at the notes about, you know, being able to notify parents at the end of the beginning of next school year, attendance for this school year. And hopefully we can evolve to even a semester time, you know, kind of, you know, notification, because when parents do get involved, I think that does help us.
And we are admitting the fact that we do not have 100% control over children's attendance, meaning they have to be sent here. And so we're working in partnership with our families to say, we want them here. It's more than just a grade. It's about the interaction and socialization that happens in this space as well. And so we know we can't do that without the families on board.
Yes. One more question about about chronic absenteeism and I love the tiered system that you're putting together here, and it makes so much sense to really create a better system of early intervention. I'm wondering about what an opportunity for any retroactive exemptions looks like when you're in these tiered systems of learning more, possibly discovering the reasons behind some of these absences, and if there were hospitalizations, or if there were things that weren't communicated and things just really, is there an opportunity for a student to obtain those retroactive exemptions if they fall into these?
So in our individual system, in terms of maintaining credit for the class, yes. In the state's eyes, there is no making back up days that have been missed. So there's no way of recovering the days in the state count. But yes, we want, and we use our PSS teams and counselors because they know what's going on in life with students and their families. And so they are able to provide background on why a student was out when they have that. And that's what they come to the table with at the end of the semester to discuss, because we don't want to penalize a student who is out for a justified cause.
Are we looking at moving this like grade recovery program to our other grades, like first and juniors and seniors? Like the 45 to 50, bring that up to D's. Is that currently being only implemented in freshmen?
It is. We haven't even broached the topic of sophomores, juniors, and seniors, because here's one of my thoughts. If we can really support freshmen, teaching them better study habits, teaching them how to manage their time and prioritize their time and not get off track, then research shows students tend to stay on track. It's when they hit that freshman off track that they stay off track.
Yes, and also when it comes to the attendance report, are we looking about how many of these absenteeism things are we seeing that is coming from the trade-off of tardies to full days missed?
And are we looking to increase that ratio of how many tardies convert into a full-on absence?
Very good question. So as of now, it takes 5 tardies to become an absence. And then it takes, as you know, when I said 12, so it would have to be an extreme amount of tardies with absences as well. So tardies on their own have not shown up as being a problem of keeping kids with losing credit. But if it's tardy along with absences to the class in a high amount, then that would manifest. And that's what the attendance improvement plan is for, to help curb that behavior of the tardies and to help in any way possible.
Yeah, actually, at one point, my dean did notify my parents due to my tardies and in my first period class. And honestly, what I've heard anecdotally from some of my advisory teachers specifically, talking about how a lot of people are just showing up late to classes. Are we seeing any like relation to showing up late to worse grades?
Very good question, and that's a good question. So with the report that I pulled, we got attendance by percent, not by period. So we weren't able to drill down to, is the F in math correlated to tardies? We just see 92%.
Yeah.
But we are aware that we need to look at periods. That's great too, just as young to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, other Tim? Dr. Fiorenza, I just want to try to put these numbers in context a little bit, so that they're from the start of the school year, the 60 to 70 freshman students who were sort of in the concern category. 22 of those were from outside T90, T97, is that right?
So that's a Dr. Applewhite question. I'm not 100% sure.
That's right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not right. The analysis I was referring to, the analysis of last year's data.
Last year, okay.
And I did hear her say that, because we talked today about this very thing, feeder districts is not just the public schools. It also includes our parochial schools of Oak Park and Workhorse.
And are we getting data from the?
Yes, yes, we are getting data from them too, yes.
Of the 29 students with 2 Fs were off track, do we know how many of those are from outside of our typical feeder districts?
So I did not look at whether or not all of them were outside of the feeder district. I looked at 29 students who had 45% or higher. And so some of the 29 had multiple, but some of them did not. Some of them just had one. Very few of the 29 that had more than 1 F in a core class, very few.
Okay. So we don't know if of those 29, we're not sure really. Okay.
I mean, I could easily find out, I just wasn't prioritizing them.
How do we, when students are still off track, middle of the semester, how do we notify parents? Back in the day, it was by letter, by post, and I've gotten one of those. It was literally about 2 months after, any actionable thing that we could have taken as a family. How do we reach out to families and parents? How quickly do we do that? Have that conversation?
So there's a couple of ways. One, teachers notify parents when students are slipping. And before the semester's over, teachers are definitely in contact with parents to let them know where their student is at relative to their grade. But as I indicated before, we have that EWS data monitoring system that the PESS teams are pulling and using weekly to look at students who are struggling, students who are slipping, students whose attendance is a problem, discipline, grade. I mean, they're looking at all of it on a weekly rotational basis and putting students into interventions as is appropriate. As a student enters or approaches the need for an intervention, parent gets a phone call that says your student is experiencing this kind of challenge, and here's the support that we want to put in place for your student.
So my child is failing, it's halfway through the semester. As a parent, I can expect a phone call from the individual teacher or from.
Yes, you should expect a phone call from the teacher. Absolutely.
Just a comment, I really appreciate your work on this. The deep dive into the data, the conversations with a few districts. It's incredibly valuable work. I really appreciate you doing it. So it sounds like it's leading in some impactful direction. So thank you. Principal Parker, I hear from parents, and I'm sympathetic to this. I hear from parents, the complaint in the opposite direction. Attendance policy is too draconian. It doesn't take into account the mental wellness needs of our kids. It is applied, without actually taking into account individual needs of the individual student. And it just feels harsh to a lot of families, right? What do you say to this?
I love that question. Thank you. We've had this conversation at CCB too. I remember us bringing this topic there as one of our samples. So the reason I started my comments with what the Illinois State code is for chronic absenteeism, and I said we're not even as stringent as that. So the being a chronic absenteeism to the state is 18 days for the school year. For the school, the entire year, so from beginning to end. And we are currently doing this monitoring by semester. So when you heard me say the benchmarks of the 4 that give teacher call to 8, and then the attendance plan, we aren't getting to any type of loss of credit or anything until we're talking 17. So that's 12 plus the 5 for the mental wellness health day that students get before there could be a loss of credit. And that is just for the semester. So if we think about that, if a student is missing 12 days even per semester, you're talking 24 for the school year, we're way above the 10%. So it sounds as though it's very draconian, but we are also trying to value seat time in the school and interactions within the school. I had a teacher once say to me that a parent was a little agitated when they made their call for the 5 to say, but they're getting an A. And the teacher was like, what do I say to that? And I say, you say that in our rooms, you're not just an A. You are part of an environment and a community that looks to each other for our collaborative learning groups, for our interactions, for our group discussions. And when you're not here, it matters. Like we miss our students when they're not here. And so it's an effort to not just see everything as the percentage in the grade, but to see it as a learning community. And when one or some aren't there, it matters to the whole environment. So.
Could I interject as well, just to piggyback off of something Principal Parker said. So this month's faculty meeting, Principal Parker and I flipped the meeting. And I created data sheets for every teacher collaborative team of their current students, all of their students, not just freshmen, all of their students, first semester, second quarter grades. So current grades, they looked at them, I took off student names, so they were just looking at raw data, grades, attendance, and discipline. And I just asked them to just notice and wonder. We are not looking for justification. We are not looking for a plan. I just want to know what you think and what you see. And then the division heads were kind of supposed to facilitate these conversations and bring back the information. And every single division head brought back the same number one issue, the number one thing all of the teachers saw as a correlation, and it was attendance. They said students are struggling and look at their attendance. And so Principal Parker and I are in process, we have not started, so if you ask us a question, we won't have an answer because we're just broaching the conversation about what our next faculty meeting will look like. How can we flip it and keep this going so that we can start to process with our teachers, what do we need to do about attendance? What do students need to do about attendance? And what do we need our families to do about attendance? So that we're kind of all working in the same vein. And that's all we want to focus on. We just want to focus on attendance because they saw that there is a correlation between attendance and grades.
Just one thing too, Linda, this is a question, if you have this, like you can describe it, it's further kind of in response to Tim's question. Do you have any sense of how OPRF's attendance policy compares to, I know you often meet with, for example, West Suburban Campus principals on a monthly basis. Do you have a sense of what that looks like on a comparative basis?
I know that when I went to my principal's meetings, several of my colleagues were asking us, like, what are we doing in order to address the issue of chronic absenteeism? The in rate that we use here is very it's different. So because everyone's looking for some way to have meat and some way to grasp people's hold on the attendance. And so that was something they came to us to ask, how are you facilitating that? The attendance handbook we shared with others. So they have been coming to us for like what we're doing and sharing that information so that they can take it back to their schools.
But you don't have a sense of what the conference is doing as a whole?
No.
Okay. I have one quick question. First a comment, and it's really echoes what Ted said. I think you're doing excellent work digging deep into this. I think this whole understanding of where our students are coming from, if the number is truly, 30-40% of our students that are at risk are not from our feeder districts, how do we make sure we can identify and support them as well as those? So I think that's a key piece, and the focus on the freshmen is good. My question is this, just looking from a numbers standpoint, and I think it's a different issue, my recollection of the data is that attendance for seniors tends to be significantly, is it higher, more, it's worse?
Definitely is in the spring.
It is in the spring. And my question is that, so, and it's a different issue, but my question is, are our processes, are we allowed to, because in some cases, those students are 18 now, and do we have the same process and rights to call the parents and all of that, or?
And we do, we're still in local forensics, so we use that till they graduate.
Beautiful, good.
I just had one quick question about how we reach out to parents. If you can't get through over the phone, is there a process to immediately send an SMS to just so that they have that right front and center? Because so many parents are much more inclined to engage just with over text than over voicemail.
So we are annoying with it, and I'm sure Iris can help us with the robocall, with the email, and such like. If the personalized voice is to get someone to express that care, but there are a lot of automated things. Letters go out, and this is for every single absence. Robocall goes out. The call with the teacher, they're asked to make contact. If they can't by phone, we ask them to send an email to see if they can get contact. The dean is more persistent, so by the time you get to 8, someone is going to get heard, as Iris told us, like someone's going to hear from the dean in person. So as you escalate, we escalate our urgency with making contact.
So it's not currently a part of the protocol to just immediately send a text message to say.
No, we're not.
This is something we wanna.
We have parent square, so maybe we can start talking about the text too. No, text is not what we do now. But we're phone call, emails, personal posts.
We'll keep playing.
Okay.
Marianne?
Oh. Yes, Marianne?
Hi. Sorry, thank you. I appreciate the drill down work that you're doing. I think it's good work. I just want to highlight one aspect, as a teacher myself, I agree with all your teachers who are coming back and saying attendance, correlates, right? So I agree with that piece of it. At the same time, there's a little bit of like, if attendance is correlating with grade drop and, and students who are struggling, it sometimes sounds in these conversations like your response is, our response is, well, if we fix the attendance problem, that will fix the grade drop problem, right? And I just think that that's I don't, it's like a correlation that isn't a causation, really, is I guess what I'm trying to say, right? And that the attendance issue is often, I think, a symptom of some other issue that is also probably causing the grade drop problem, right? So I just want us to be cautious about that directive approach where, like, the messaging can get very heavy from the school about attendance. And my sense of it after 4 years is that the way a lot of students experience that is not, concern about your academic success. They experience it as punitive, as the school is going to be mad at me, and it spikes anxiety levels. And, I've sat and listened to a group of like a dozen students sitting and talking about this and how stressed they are about the fact that if they miss, one more class, they're gonna, lose credit. And they're not gonna lose credit, but they don't know that, right? Like they're not anywhere, just from what you've laid out, they're not anywhere near that point of actually losing credit, but the messaging is so strong that that's how it's coming across to a lot of them. So I would like you to be sure that's an area of focus as you are, continuing to work on this issue. That's amazing. I don't know if you have anything you want to respond with that, but
Yeah, definitely, and it's well noted. I will tell you just from my interaction with students, they are anxious about a lot of things. They're anxious about the content in AP classes, and they sit in 4 and 5 of them. They are anxious about the cafeteria and the number of students who are in there every lunch period, and where do I go sit, where do I go? They look to us as adults to help them learn how to manage these things, just like we had to as we went through. And so I don't want them to be overly stressed about all of these things. But we also have to find a way to help them to balance, like, what's important, what's not so important, how to handle these different things, because I think they're seeking that from us, like, how do I do this? And like you said, I don't know that they're always able to keep track of all the things, and what the consequences and things are. And so I think we can help, and that's part of the partnership that we're looking for, because as the school, we just want to make sure that we're offering them access to what we promise. And we know that when they're here, we can do that better than when they're not.
I'd just like to say, I don't think this is in the same category as the other things that they're anxious about. I think this is an area where we are causing additional anxiety that they would not be otherwise experiencing. And we are causing it because of how we message around this issue. And I think that should be addressed. So that's where I'll leave it there.
And with that, the individuals sitting at that table will be presenting the 10-year capital maintenance and improvement plan. So you can be anxious and present it, or you can yield the table to someone else.
I will start with the choir robes.
That's well done.
the marching band.
Oh, I were she was ready for the job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so this is our annual presentation of our 10-year capital improvement plan. It's an annual update. In addition to this, we have our summer 26 project authorization that derives from what we have pulled from the 10-year capital improvement plan. Here to present this are a flight of individuals. Oh,
Thank you.
this is a kind invitation to our students who are in attendance that, we're getting close to 9 o'clock. We just want to make sure you are cognizant of the time. And if you do need to leave, feel free. If you want to stay for the rest of the entire meeting, you are welcome. But we wanted to make sure, since it's the first meeting, we make that clear. So your call, okay? All right, thank you. That is not an invitation to kick you out. Roll that out here. So, all right, so the 10-year maintenance plan, I kind of give the background of how this goes. We have 5 people here. Tony, I'll have you introduce our folks from FGM and Jill Bain. I will just quickly conclude by saying that this is, of course, part of priority 4 of our strategic plan related to our facilities and finance goals from the board and policy 4150 and policy 47. So, Tony.
Sure. We annually bring an update of the 10-year maintenance plan to the Board of Education for review. While this plan is not something that the board formally adopts, it does drive the next conversation, which would be the approval of the FY26 summer capital improvement work. We last year started to frame how we build this plan in a new way, really looking at 4 key lenses of work that we need to do. The first being accessibility and making sure that our building is accessible to all of our students. Next, sustainability, and that work we're doing moves towards our sustainability goals as a district. We have needs-based goals that items that need to be replaced or nearing or at their end of life usage. And then finally, opportunities that if we are in a room and we can, if we're taking a ceiling down to replace ceiling tile, is there an opportunity and resources available to do additional work in that area instead of having to reopen it up? We took a very measured approach. We always take a measured approach, but this year, one of the things I had asked our team to really consider is let's do a dive into all of the work we have over the next 5 to 6 years. We know there is uncertainty on the revenue side in a few years coming up on the Inflation Reduction Act grants around geothermal. Right now, if you were to Google geothermal and Inflation Reduction Act grant, you could click one article that says both parties actually really like geothermal and the grants will be safe, and you can click the next article that says the whole grant is going away. So we, because we are unsure of that, what we have done is not eliminated $6.8 million of work over the period of time, but we looked and said, okay, what needs to be done in certain areas right now, and then what can be spread out a little bit further. If we are chasing about $8 to $10 million in revenue, can we find expense savings during that same time period without just kicking the can down the road on work that needs to be done? In looking at that, we found a lot of opportunities over the years to do that. We also we had some projects that we had tied a year to that we're still investigating, and we were not as comfortable putting a hard exact date on that. For example, there's a lot of conversation around solar that is still being flushed out. There's many options to go solar as a building. There's community solar options, but then we don't own our own panels. There's a lot of advantages of owning your own panels on a roof, but that also comes with additional costs. So any work that was removed from a set year remains on the plan. It's just not tied to the year as an indicator that we know this work has to be done. We just are unsure of having the resources to do it or need more information to add it back on in the future. What we are looking at here for summer of 26 is just over $2 million in accessibility work, just over $1.5 million in sustainability work for a scope total of just under 4.9 million. And then when we add in contingency and soft costs and fees, we are looking at 6.86 million for summer of 26.
Right. Since you're bringing your annual report, I'll ask my annual question. Have you reconciled this work to what the remaining projects in the Imagine plan? So that, because for example, I know that there's field house renovation at some point in the Imagine plan, there's, like classroom science, classroom in there, all of it, and so I just, I guess what I'm kind of looking for is, kind of a clean demarcation between what's gonna be an Imagine and what this is, and not to overlap or double count.
Sure.
So actually, I apologize, I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is not quite, quite fully there, but actually as one of the attachments in the next agenda item for project 3 is a summary of where we're at in the Imagine plan, and I went through and I kind of marked up what's been already done with each project, what is covered in the 10-year plan in some manner, and then what's obviously, still to be done in the Imagine plan. So there are some things that happened ahead of time. One of those things being the driver's ed that was in future Imagine plans happened early, and that was slated to go in where actually the summer work for 2026, where the Husky Pups moved out, that was slated to go there. So there was a gap there, and there was, right now that space is being used for the athletic directors, but that will free up, and so a summary of that is actually attached to the next agenda item of those different things.
I think one of the things I'm concerned about also is, when I look at the garage improvements, because there's a point in time here in the pretty near future where the garage gets turned over to us. Right now, the garage is owned and quote maintained by the village. And at some point in time, I'm not sure what year it is, if it's 27 or 29 or somewhere. I think it's 27.
Do you want to talk about that, or would you like?
Yeah, and so, but I'm concerned that it really hit, the garage is a maintenance issue.
Correct. So your district actually asked us to have our structural engineer do an evaluation of the current garage to its current condition and what the anticipated future useful life of the garage would be. And it was originally designed to be able to expand up floors, but so that evaluation was provided to the district. It looks like it should have, if it continues to be maintained, that it has some additional life to it, but it no longer meets the current seismic codes to be able to expand it. So we did that knowing the project 3 was coming up, and just looking at some of these things that we're going to look at of other needs in the district as part of that kind of holistic view for the district's needs. So the outcome of that, no decisions were made by the district or the administration on that, so much as the information's there now.
So
For you to evaluate.
Tony, do you recall from that report, and if not, let's not throw it out, but what was the number of years left in the garage? It was a long time.
Yeah, I'd have to double check it. 28 is what's sticking in my mind, but
It's in my mind too.
but I don't want to 100% stick to that number.
But that's not the shelf life of the garage.
No,
That is the turnover point of the garage, for the village, all right? At which point the garage becomes not our just property, but our building as well. And then maintenance gets transferred over to us. So we're in the process of kind of investigating what that means. This is the basis of your question, right? You want to know if that maintenance comes to us, what exactly are we taking on? Then as a result, how does that get filled in the 10-year plan?
It's in the,
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So that is not all, we don't have all that data to calculate it right now, but we're in the process of seeing what that report is going to tell us moving forward. So.
the other thing to consider too is as we, we look at both the thought of the maintenance of the garage, or I'm sure in somebody's mind they're thinking of knocking the garage down and then building up a, if we want to make it bigger, we have to then basically knock it down and rebuild it from the ground up. Would be sequencing, because there would be a large number of staff parking spaces that would be displaced if we were to do that. That is not a summer project to tear down and build a giant concrete garage. But it is something that we looked at and said, okay, now that we have some comfortability that there's a fair amount of life left in the structure as is, we know that there will be work and maintenance that needs to be done. But from the preliminary studies, it looks like that's something we can budget for on an annual maintenance and facilities budget out of 120 as opposed to our capital budget.
And I'll be really clear, just because it's important for us to just get this message out with this as well. We have no plans to get rid of the garage. That garage is here. It's an incredibly useful thing for us. We anticipate being here for the foreseeable future. And project 3 and any conversation we have 10-year maintenance plan are the useful outcome of the exploration that we did is that we were able to definitively say that the garage is distinct from our project 3 work that we are going to ask the board to examine with us at the next board. That was the goal of that initial work. So now we can figure out how the longevity of this garage is viable for us. So I want to make sure there's no confusion at that point, okay? No wrecking balls.
Other questions on the 10-year capital maintenance plan? Back to. Okay, my first question. Tony, on the screen, your shirt looks much more vivid in color.
I've been told I pop on screen before.
In case you're wondering, I'm much more interested in the screen. You look, right?
I'm also glad I'm not the only one that looked up and noticed that.
Yeah. Same with you, Allison.
I was wondering how red is my face actually?
Tony really just stick out. So, my question is, I had heard, was there an audit done by Commonwealth Edison?
Yes.
And this is part of the same question. So and have the results been known and factored into anything?
So actually some really good news. We had the ComEd audit was completed. We had hoped that actually this week we would be getting our results back. Because the district over the last number of years has taken a lot of steps to be more sustainable, they're able to go a little bit more in depth, and instead of making some very basic high level recommendations, the person in charge of our report is trying to look in more detail at ways that we can continue to we picked a lot of the low hanging fruit off. So the negative of that is we do not have the results back yet. We're probably looking at another 2 to 4 weeks until we get the final results. But from those results then, those will be considered, and then we will find ways through both sustainability and facilities committee meetings as well as the Board of Education to weave both the results and then what do we do with those results moving forward.
And my second question is, I had asked, but maybe it wasn't. So the $6.7 million, was that I'm trying to understand, where did that number come from? Was it a target that was set that you worked towards, or was the number set and the work drove you to the number, or did you do the work and that's where you ended up?
We really didn't have a target number in mind. What we started out on is, okay, let's really take a deep dive into all of this work and see what really needs to be done right away, and where do we have an opportunity to defer some work in a manner that isn't going to, shoot us in the foot down the road. And that is the number that process arrived at.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, and I greatly appreciate. I mean, this is a cloud over our heads in terms of what the future of resources outside of our district is, and so taking a proactive approach to say how can we take care of ourselves and maintain our facilities, et cetera, but do it in a way that we recognize that to me is critical work. So thank you. Any other questions on the 10-year maintenance plan? By board members or delegates? Okay, we're good.
May I clarify, just want to make sure the board knows that in 2 weeks, we'll be bringing this back for that summer work authorization. That would be the
Right, yes, I was gonna say that the action the action item here as noted in the packet is, while we don't vote on the 10-year maintenance plan, we vote on the 2020 something, right? 6, 7. 6, yeah, these years are getting maintenance work, holy cow, 2026. Okay, so that moves us to our next agenda topic, which is project. Three. I'm checking my glasses. Project 3 authorization. Dr. Johnson.
You know, we've already teed this up a little bit. We have our team here. I'm just gonna pass it all off to you. Okay, so go ahead.
You know, as we know that, even though we, only have dirt outside right now, and we are just now starting to get ready to sort of building out project 2, the time is here now to start planning project 3. That, as the timeline had mentioned, that we've had a fair amount of preliminary discussions on project 3. Now we get into the real meat of the work. In that work, we know that we are largely focusing on performance arts and the performing arts area. We've completed a fair amount of work that was in the original scope of project 3 already. The main entrance and bathroom renovations, student commons, all gender bathrooms, and the 4th floor elevator have been completed that were in the original scope. And now what we are entering is the time period where we need to look and say, okay, what has changed over the last, it'll be almost 10 years since the original plan was done. What has changed with our building? We know the needs that we've completed, but then what are the needs of the building that now we need to consider as we complete project 3? As we do that, then it leads to a schematic design drawing, and that will be the set of drawing that really lays everything out, that we do our schematic design budget estimate on, and kind of set the first target number before we move into the construction document phase, and set a firm budget that then would be bid out. So very exciting time to get kind of at the tip of the 5 projects here. But so we are bringing forward now the authorization to engage FGM to start the programming and schematic design phase.
Questions?
Okay, so I think it bears clarification that there's a draft proposed tentative milestone project schedule, and those 3 preamble words are my own. But just to clarify what's laid out here, we're gonna spend $750,000 worth of engineering work. Initially to take stakeholder input, refine probably some existing designs. And get to then a schematic design that looks like it will be delivered this August. And the $750K pays for that work between today and August, right?
Correct, that it pays for the initial portion of the overall design fee. So it's not, it is put out as basically a flat fee for this portion, but it will be credited towards the overall design fee, which is how essentially how project 2 was was set up.
Are you saying that some of that 750K is then credited towards phase three construction design and bidding and all that?
Correct, 100% of it. It's just the initial payment of the entire design fee. So what that final design fee is, you will have paid the first $730,000. It's not in addition.
All right, so 750K pays for essentially all of the engineering work, all the way through construction?
No, it's through schematic design.
Just through, okay.
So our fees are generally broken out. There's a certain percentage of the fee that's normally schematic design, then design development is another percentage of our fee, then construction documents, then there's a small slice for bidding, and then about 20, it's 20 or 25% for the construction phase of things. And so all in, that accounts for our whole fee. You would be paying for the programming through schematic design portion of our overall fee. Now, it's in a lump sum number because you haven't set what the budget is yet. So it's a lump sum to be credited that you already paid that portion of our overall fee.
Okay, I think that generally squares with how I read this. There's a item 18 in your timeline, and it's called funding discussions, and it says that will start in May of 2026. Which, of course, the reality is that if the approaches and alternatives and strategies for how we would really fund this has to begin now, which we had a very productive meeting Tim and I did with Dr. Johnson in late December. So I think it's worth just mentioning that even though it says here in the documents that, oh, we'll start discussing funding a year from now, in reality, that's happening effectively this spring. Because we don't want anyone to think that we're going head over heels and here's 750K to start doing the engineering design and yada yada, and this is just a train rolling down our track. Because in reality, it isn't, because we have to incorporate, blend, normalize the district's capital spending separate from 10-year plans to kind of what a usual and customary approach would be for a district that knows it's going to always have major capital needs over time. And we're going to avoid a repeat of the pig in the python problem we had with Project 2, which is let's not touch this thing for 75 years and then try to make it nice. All right, so I just wanted to say this is kind of more for the benefit of my fellow board members that you'll be hearing from Tim and I more about this, especially because we have this as one of our district goals in the facilities and finance bill. So I just wanted to call that out. I think that's all I have to say.
No, and if I could just comment on that, I think you said that really well, that it lays out because you have to put it somewhere, but the funding discussions go really where it sets is that's more the time frame for funding decision making. You know, the work for what it will cost and how do we pay for it happens during both of these two phases of programming and schematic design. But we're in almost a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, and any district would be in the sense of you need to know that you can afford to do the work before you go too far down the road and pay a lot of money out. But it's hard to say how you're going to pay for the work if you don't have an idea of what it's going to cost. So this gives us that initial look at you know, we get a pretty solid idea of what this work is to cost. And then one other point of clarification, in August of 25, the scope will be approved, but the schematic design actually does not finish until March of 26.
So yeah, and that May would be after you have the SD design estimate and you've chosen scope, now you've got the estimate showing you all of it, and you officially make that vote for what is your approved budget by the board. And then there's the detail of this is what it is, how we're paying for it. But yeah, like you said, before that, there's a whole bunch of work that you guys have to do while we're doing our work. So
thanks.
I have a question. it's kind of an overall look at, Imagine and the process. You know, the big thing about the original Imagine plan, which is now about a little over 6 years since it was first brought its final state to the board, was that it was a needs-based analysis. And so 6 years down the road, I am sure that there are some needs that have been changed. So my question is, how will you integrate or analyze what the current needs are? You know, based on the original plan, and which took 18 months, and there was, you know, I don't know how many interviews, Mike could probably tell us, 1,300 interviews or something like that. And all this data that was collected by the Imagine group. And what I'm concerned about is just not getting away from that central principle. All right, that it's a needs-based analysis, and then also looking through an equity lens.
Absolutely.
That comes up with the product that we're gonna be. I just don't want to say, okay, we're gonna take what we had and not really give the proper thought, investigation, everything else into it.
I would say, I'm in full agreement with you, that, you know, as an example, as we open, there's work that was determined from the original concept until today that was such a great need that it had to be done prior to Project 3. And other needs have now popped up into the building. During the programming phase, there's a lot that goes, it's not just looking at the drawings and saying, okay, we update this, we update that, but numerous stakeholder meetings occur, programming conversations involve academic heads of the departments, leaders of the building, administration, teachers, community members. This will be a driving topic at our facilities committee meeting coming up. Kind of the kickoff to this, if the board does approve this authorization, student engagement and how has things changed for students, and then also utilizing the tools that the district has developed along the way in the last 6 years with the ideas of like our racial equity analysis tool, and are we focusing on all of our students and not just a subset of students in this, and all of that happens without, like, it moves quickly, but it also can't be rushed. And I think that's why when you look at this timeline, it's easy to look at it and say, well, this is, why does it take this on? And that's why, because we have a tremendous jumping off point with the original plan. But there does need to be a large amount of discussion and meetings that happen to really flush out the proper scope.
And I would say that, like we did with Project 2, that working with original Imagine team members and having their input on a regular basis, we did that. And we will continue to do that. We met with Lynn Kamenitz and Mike Burr. They informed us along the way and were really helpful in explaining, well, this is why that was like that. This was the thought process there that, you know, and sharing, well, this is what we're looking at here. In fact, the whole teamwork process with the administration and us and with Lynn and them in the community was so good that we actually went and presented about it at a LearningScapes conference with Lynn and Tony and Greg. So they will be integral members, and we want current student voices too, you know, and current faculty and staff that are working in the building to make sure that we're getting their perspectives now as well. So we didn't too seriously fundamentally change much about Project 2, but there were things that came out of those conversations, and so we anticipate the same sort of thing.
I think one large benefit that we have as we get ready to tackle this is, I came in, I would say, when Project 2 was at the, you know, just entering the red zone of the football field, so to say. and funding discussions had been made, and it was time just to get into the difference between, the schematic design and getting down to construction documents and budget. There's a great continuity that makes this work flow so much more naturally. Now that we have FGM in place, we have Gilbane in place, we've got, we'll have the ability to, well, he won't be here for, project 3, we'll be able to incorporate, Jeff Bergman's knowledge of the building before he retires. So along with the board that has driven this from day one and Dr. Johnson, I feel very, very confident in the team that we have here to really, we've learned a lot from project 2, the same way project 2 learned a lot from project 1 to avoid any of the missteps that maybe were taken as we get ready for project 2 and deliver a great project.
Thank you.
I may get this question is outside the scope of this discussion, but looking at the field house, what changes are being made to like a field house classroom and stuff like that, areas where we're seeing a lot of inability or very inconvenient ways to get places. For example, in one of my PE classes, we have a student who is in a wheelchair, and we on 2 days a week we meet in the adapted gym, which is, you probably know where it is, you can do stuff. And so she has to take the elevator on almost the other side of the building. And we see this with so many other students. What things is this project specifically trying to do to make that easier?
So this project 3, will actually tear down the opposite side of the field house in entirety. Now, exactly what form that's going to take with coming back is part of what this whole process for programming. That's what the programming is, determining exactly what is already there from your original Imagine plan and what else may potentially be needed. And then concept will kind of lay it out to make it work. But no matter what, the classrooms that are necessary are part of this plan. And the adaptive PE, that gym is also part of that scope. And everything we do will become accessible. I think you'll see a huge transformation with the new build condition for project 2, when it comes to bathrooms and elevators and accessibility and the quality of spaces, and it's gonna be the same thing for the opposite side. And we have adaptive PE, so part of what we did with the interim condition for project 2 on the west side, when you no longer need the west pool, is that there'll be a multi-purpose kind of space that they can use in the interim. That will be more accessible to them until that area gets torn down and rebuilt with a new condition.
Thank you so much.
Of course. And I just wanna say, I am so impressed with you tonight, like, this was a great idea, like, I looked at Jim, I was like, she didn't have questions for us, very impressive, good job.
She's really a retired board member. In another state, but we just kind of did a little makeup work for her.
Botox gets better and better every year.
Okay. So. This is great. Tim, go. Good.
I want to amplify Brad's comments and then I have a specific question. I think that there is still widespread support in the community for the national project. I think there's also widespread understanding that it is a multi-phase project. That it was as intended when it began, that it was going to happen over multiple phases over multiple years. But I think that part of the reason that the community supported it from the beginning and continued to support it was the transparency of the original Imagine team and its work. And I really want you, Allison, to be cognizant of that and to be thoughtful about that in the fall when we start to deliver recommendations to us. I think that I would urge you to be far more transparent and to share far more data, results of the focus group conversations, every stakeholder meeting, the takeaways that you draw from individual stakeholders. overshare that, maybe in a way that you wouldn't with other school districts. I think for this community, we really value that. We want our community to continue to trust the process.
Right.
With Project 3, just as they have with Projects 1 and 2. And I think that kind of narrative and that kind of detail is going to be really important.
Yeah, I would welcome, so the programming report that we submitted for Project 2 did have meeting minutes from all of our conversations with stakeholders, and every single one of those. But I'd love to, if you go back and take a look at it, and if you have recommendations or things you would have liked to see, that, you know, before we get to that point, I'm all ears.
That's great. And then one specific question, this might be more for Brian and Tony. A racial equity analysis, that is part of the process, and when do we anticipate that happening?
That would be done as part of the programming phase. So that would be part of the work that if the project is authorized, kicks off, and as we work through the scope, we'd have be able to really dive in to get I don't want to say a final number, a solid number, but we'd have a solid number, but not a final number, and then we'd be able to finalize really like what is the total impact on the completion of the schematic design, just as we see, you know, really what is the final product look like.
So that analysis would take that in the programming phase. In the programming phase, absolutely, it's got to be part of the process. That's what our policy says for projects like this, and it belongs logically in that programming phase before the project comes to the board for its final termination. And yeah, that's what we want this thing to look like. So, thank you.
And mine are more pro comments, and Graham, I wanted to kind of, because you kind of started down a path where my head is at, which is when I look at the timeline, which is what I'm looking at, and I see line number 18 being funding discussion, I'm unsettled. Okay, and that's the way it is here, because you know, and kind of laying your comments, Tim, about the community is going to need to be behind us on this, and number one, because we're going to need support, and two, you know, how does that fit into the timing? And so, you know, what the decision on the table here is to pony up $750,000 that is going to come out of our budget. And without, you know, what do we have as, you know, the assurances and the likelihood of how we're gonna make sure that that is an investment in the future and not, you know, something that is not supported. And that's the kind of voices in my head, just chronologically. I think part of that support, this is just me speaking, is based on Project 2. Project 1 and Project 2, and we're not gonna be that far along. You know, we need to continue to prove ourselves to be, you know, investing wisely in our community, and we're not gonna be, we're gonna have a hole in the ground. And we're then asking ourselves for $750,000 for the vision, which I support the vision. But I'm questioning, I'm just talking myself through chronologically, of, you know, timelines of spending money and making decisions. I'm uncomfortable until we have a little more of that funding discussion, whatever that means.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
On that one? But you know, I read the FGA agreement, and Article 11 says compensation billed as a flat fee, $730K. And then it says phase 1, programming and concept design, 50%. Phase 2, schematic design, 50%. It's not super clear on when the billing actually occurs and when payment is due. Is this
Why don't you explain how and when payment is due on this 730K?
So generally, the way that we bill is, for, like, we would programming is considered about, 25%. Concept is about 25%, and then those are our milestones, and then schematic design is 50%. And so monthly, we send bills based on the percent complete of those different milestones. So you're paying monthly by where we're at in the process of those milestones.
Okay, so it's percentage based on milestones completed, or it's when the materials burned every month?
No, it's not, this is not a time and materials fee, it's a lump sum fee, so for programming, 1/4 of that $730,000 is programming. We'll be working on programming for the months shown in the schedule, and so we would bill as we progress through that, and so then when that's done, you would get through 100% of programming.
Okay, so programming runs into later this year, August of this year, this is where programming runs. When you say, well, I'm looking at item 5.
So
25 weeks concluding in August.
Of those concept designs, they had program meetings and report draft, has that due by mid-May?
It's not the clearest professional services agreement I've ever seen in terms of toll gates and when billing occurs. And I think what Tom's hitting on is $730,000 is a significant spend. And even if you look at the original timeline, if everything went perfectly, admittedly, the construction in this timetable doesn't actually begin for 5 years. It's not till June of 2028. But we're committing a lot of dollars right now. And my original read of that professional services agreement, again, it's somewhat thin. Is that if we need to slow the roll of this thing, which is quite possible, that means that the cash out the door of that 730K would also be slowed. So that to me is a real possibility here. And I think that's kind of what you're alluding to about making a little more headway on the feasibility, viability of how this phase 3 fits into the big picture of what we're still trying to finish now, project 2. Is that square with kind of how your concerns are?
Yeah, I mean, it's just matching up the timing of the risk. Right now, the risk is a $730,000 out of the district's operating expenses, be done in a quick fashion while we're battling all these other things, trying to get project 2 successfully completed, and understanding the finances of such. So that's,
To clarify on that, if you pause after programming and want some time, or you pause after concept, we only go through the work that we've done. To that point, we would not, and then if you resume and do schematic design, give us 4 months and then we'll go to schematic design. Then as we do that phase, we would begin billing on that. So if you pause it, then the money that we invoice would pause. And would only be invoiced through work completed.
I think just another point of clarification, just if there was a question on this, let's say that discussions take longer and work starts a year later than what's in this original timeline, as clarity comes through. The credit is not tied to when we would start the work. That credit is there for when the work begins. So even if we got all the way to schematic design and then had longer conversations and started 6 months or a year later, we would still get that credit towards the final design costs of the project.
And I think that part of the thinking here with the administration is in order to make some of the funding decisions, you need to make some scope decisions. There's, to some extent, So there's information that we need to generate for the district to inform the funding process that you start to go through.
Yeah, I think I understand that, and my concern is not that I think, you know, the amount of work is out of whack with the fee being referenced. I think the documents to me are unclear, having to flip back and forth between the milestone project schedule and your contract. And I think it is quite possible that you can do a certain amount of work and you may be put on pause. That's one thing. And the other thing is, I already have a sense of the breadbox of this thing. So while it's true, you'll adjust here and there based on the work. Knowing the sense of this breadbox, the breadbox of this thing is what makes me say, we really better have a credible, coherent set of scenarios and options to actually fund this thing. That's probably why I don't, you know. I guess I'm just sort of laying a marker down here. And I wish we had a better, I think I'd like to see a better laid out side by side. Here's the Gantt chart of the work. And there's some bars in there of the Gantt chart that show, here's the toll gates and the lump sum fees that are going out as you hit each one of those toll gates or milestones.
Okay.
I'd recommend generating something like that.
Yeah, I think just breaking out, I get what you're saying, like what is the fee for programming, what is the fee for concept?
By when should we pay though, by when will they'll be paid out, right?
Exactly, yeah,
What it is, here's gonna be paid out, and
Yeah.
so we can make decisions.
Right.
Because we need to layer that against the funding discussion and action.
Yeah, I know.
Right, because at some point, you're saying how much risk? Cause this is all risk management, right? I mean, how much risk can you take and spend in advance before you go to the bank?
And I think having that clarity will help us, you know, and the housing clarity big grants asking for will help us in the discussions. Because there's also an element of the investment that is needed in order to keep this going. And is now the time, how are we looking at what we want to do with investment? Because also from a momentum perspective, I know we're looking out several years for doing this project, that's what it takes, right? So in terms of holistically us as a board, are we saying we want to have this work done by a certain point, we want to start it by a certain point? I think all of them are, I think, bigger picture discussions that we need to make. You said we want to do private, right? And to do that, we're gonna have to make some big investments. It's gonna cost us this much at this amount of time. Once everything's laid out, are we still there? Or is there something? Some other hesitation or some other consideration, just given environmentally what's happening with funding and other things or other considerations that could have us competing for what we can do when it comes to this particular project. So I think laying that out better will help us. And then Tom, when you were talking more about transparency and also about what we're getting, I think from an overall kind of transparency of communication perspective and even reminders about this work. As I look at how students use the common, how to use all the work that was done in Project One, I don't really talk enough about that. Because there's a ability that, like I talked about, all the things that we talked about in that project and seeing those things come alive and seeing how the library is using the student comments in the center, the value that brings, the value of the classrooms, and then even Project Two, while still going to transparency with the dashboard and staying on track and what our goals are. I just think we also have to continually have that communication out to the community as a reason for why we're doing this work and how all that helps with students.
And I understand that Project Three is going to have to happen eventually with the way everything is. But the question is, how bad is the post Project Two status quo? I mean, obviously with the accessibility issues in the field house area, that is a major concern for me and a good part of our student body. However, the question is, after Project Two, how much work has to be done before we're done? Because there's 5 whole projects to this. Will there be a 6th?
That's a good idea.
Project 6.
We,
There will be. Track and field was our sixth.
we definitely adhere all of the requests. We can update these documents to lay out a little bit differently and be a little bit more clear between now and the next board meeting to help clean up any confusion that's come from them.
That'd be helpful. I mean, this is amazing, great city work has been done, and I'm biased because I broke down what the projects really Tim did, so we have a little bit of bias there, but still, we need to make sure that we're looking at current needs and making sure that things are still relevant and doing the funding and doing it in a way that we're engaging and bringing.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Can I?
Yeah.
So can I just quickly ask, this, when you look at the document, it says it is now time to officially begin the planning stages of Project 3. And this is really a question for the board and maybe for Tom. Like, what determined that it is now time to begin the planning stages for Project 3? Is that set? Is that something that one could put off for 6 months or a year, or is it now time? And the reason I'm asking is that, this has been a concern of mine kind of the whole time I've been on the board, right? Is that, I was on board with Project 2. I was convinced of the need and the timing and all of that. Projects 3, 4, and 5, I think as our new student board member kind of raises this question, I'm not as convinced of the need for them, and certainly not convinced that they need to happen before we perhaps spend some of our funds on personnel concerns, things like, if there are positions that we are having trouble filling that are important positions for student safety, et cetera, so on, should we be raising salaries for those positions, et cetera? And I really would like the board to not steamroller ahead with with the planning of Project 3 and the money it will cost to get this started without kind of having this conversation about, like, should we even actually be starting it? So I don't know, that's where I am right now after hearing all of this. Tom, I don't know if you have a quick answer for me.
Yes, our board goals state we will begin planning Project 3 specifically, so yes. I mean, that's what planning means doesn't mean starting it, but that board goal was set with the recognition to support what Tim said, which is this is intentionally a 5-phase project from the get-go, right? I mean, that's just the way it broke down, whether that's over, 15 years or 50 years, that's really kind of the planning issues.
Sure.
So you asked the question, where did it come from? It came from the board goals, and this is opening up the dialogue. And in answer to your second question, our next item is called evidence-based, where we're going to be talking about resources, which is what resources we deploy in the district every year for salaries and resources, et cetera, which is a huge, a huge commitment. So that one's being discussed, and so we don't need to, talk about one without the other or one instead of the other. So that's fine.
So let me just clarify my ask here. It says next steps is for the board to approve this project authorization for $730,000. Is that something that we are deciding today or voting on in 2 weeks? No.
Yes. This will be coming to the board in the administration will bring the project authorization, probably with the changes that we have discussed here, for approval at the special meeting 2 weeks from today.
So I guess I would say, just because we said now is the time at some point when we were making the plan, I think that should be open to revision, and I am not convinced that now is the time. So that's where I am right now.
Can I respond to that? Because, the board goal is specifically around CapEx planning and financing process. And it's one of those board goals that I'll admit that's me and Tim Brandorf's on this one. we're just slightly behind schedule, we're like a month or two behind schedule, where we would have fleshed out more of these financing concepts. And I think in my mind, when I think of this goal, I think about it primarily as the financing piece. Don't think of it as, hooray, we're firing out of the gate, we're gonna start doing the design and so forth. I actually think that, my willingness to vote yes is gonna come down to the adjustments that are made on this documentation. We're gonna have to see it first. It's possible it might get talked about for another meeting or two. Cause I share the same issue, and right now I wouldn't vote yes unless and until I have time to process. A better laid out clarity around this expenditure and the various places where we can apply the brakes to it. That's why I was saying the size of the engineering work doesn't seem out of whack, for the price. But it's when does cash go out the door? And we, as a board, may just want to have our hand on the throttle on this and potentially say, all right, we can pause for the next 6 months or 12 months, based on all the different kind of factors we talked about.
That's very helpful. Thank you. That's great.
Okay, any other questions on this topic? Okay, thank you very much. And we will now proceed to, does anyone need a break?
Yeah.
What's a break? You want a break?
Can we do a 5-minute recess? Throw the gavel.
Yeah, you have, as a delegate, you have the authority to request a recess.
Excuse me, may I please request a recess?
You grant it.
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
We're live, guys. We're live.
Okay. Our next topic is the evidence-based funding report. Dr. Johnson?
Okay, this is our EBF. This is our annual evidence-based funding report that we bring to the board to help benchmark our finances against the model that the state provides us. So, and here to, I'm sorry, this is in alignment with strategic plan 1 4, finance and facilities goal 4, and board policies 410 and 712. Tony is here to kick this off, as well as our director of finance online, Brian Imhoff. So Tony, go ahead.
Annually, the administration and finance team brings forward the EBF adequacy target gap analysis. This is a look at how our expenditures compare to the state benchmarks for adequacy. It is kind of the other side of the coin. Annually, we are given a revenue report on revenue to adequacy as the state defines it. This now looks at, do our expenses align with that revenue? It's an information item. Again, this is not something that the board itself votes on this document, but uses as a tool to help make staffing and funding decisions throughout the year to align with the board priorities and the administrative strategic plan. So going forward for this fiscal year, the EBF revenue calculations had us at 142% of adequacy. When we look at our target gap analysis, we show 138% of adequacy. You never want those two numbers to be directly equal, as then you'd be operating in a structural deficit. But when looking at our historical peer group that we had used and was similar to last year's, you can see that we fall pretty squarely in the middle of that group. We've got about half the group higher than us, a little bit more than half higher than us, and others lower. Now it's important for the board to note the CFC is currently in process of updating these peer groups, seeing if districts have either fallen into our peer groups or fallen out of, as well as reviewing the targets that were used when these were originally created. But for the purpose of this report, that more drove to some of the comparative graphs, and those will be updated as we get our new peers. Going into the calculator itself, we really have a few areas that when we look at, and I apologize, this is the form the state gives us, so I give Brian a lot of credit because he has a process to be able to kind of go in and add the percentage columns to that. That is not something that you have seen before on this chart, but get a really good idea on how to take that and make it possible to see it. We can see that we've got a few positions that are more out of line with what the state recommends, but as the state puts this together, it districts do have room to account for either the unique needs of the district or the building. For example, when we look at looking for the exact title of this, so I do not misquote it. The supervisory aides, we have a large in-house security staff here. Just given the pure size of our building, that other districts may not need to deploy that as much. Or for like a unit district, they get the benefit of having those supervisory aides spread out amongst more buildings and things like that, for students. Our school site staff, is higher, but that in that category for us, we classify department secretaries. We've got our administrative team in the building itself, so we have to account for like our accounts payable and our billing clerk and different fiscal clerks. And we also have a very, and I think it's something that the district as a whole is proud of, we have a very robust special education programming. But that does then make our special education staff more than what the state says is adequate. But I'd say we have when looking at it, a special education program that is above adequate. So that is kind of a quick summary of the report, and we'll be happy to answer questions as we can.
Questions?
Looking at specifically our students, like the instructional classes where it's more isolated, is there a specific number on our ratio to paraprofessionals to individuals in more isolated environments? Or is that just like not a thing?
This report itself kind of groups everybody together, so it does not, it does drill down a little bit, but not to that level of specificity.
Can we get a copy of this in Excel, or can I get the Excel version of this? Because this is all done in Excel, right?
Brian, the final input is Excel, correct?
Yes.
Yep, yeah, we can make that happen.
Do you want to comment on library? I'm just curious, we're on the low end of librarians.
For that, when I think of our library, we have, I think the best way to say this, a lot of the people that work in our library don't classify as a library aide, because it really is a very modern student resource center. So the staffing in that area is not as far below as it appears, but it's that many of the staff that work in that area classify as in other categories, because we run so many different types of programming out of there, it's not just a room full of books.
That's right, I'll add one additional thing to that, I think that's spot on. I'll also say that the formula is set up something like for a high school, actually it's probably, hold on. For a high school district, it recommends, the EDF only recommends one librarian for every 600 students, okay? Well, in large comprehensive high schools like that ratio, you don't get your same bang for your buck, right? You don't need one librarian for every 600 students in a school of 3,200, right? And, I'm not saying that if we went to our librarians, they would say, yeah, we'd love that one. But that starts to kind of, the bang for your buck, what is it like, right? That's just so it's fair. So another way to say that is I would think very much that other large high schools like ours would have very similar ratios.
Yeah, and it is tough to say when we do talk about that comparison, because this is not currently a state mandated report. It is a tool that is put out as for districts to look at that. But a large amount of schools do not really don't do much with this report or don't make the report public. If they do, they more use it for behind the scenes decision making. So getting a comparison on the true expenses or we have to go through and determine where we would place certain staff in this. That information is not readily available for all high school districts right now.
And where do the ratios, the like kind of average ratios come from? Are they just sort of based on all the schools, or are they set by the state? I mean, where do the
I am so sorry to say that Ralph Marcury is no longer on our board with a question like that. There was a really large comprehensive process that the state went through to set these based off of a number of various research sources. And then there was, of course, like any committee process, right? To figure out how that gets interpreted and analyzed. But it was done at the state level, and it has remained consistent to my knowledge since this process.
Okay, so it's been the same.
But yeah, I think, Audrey, if you look at it, I think part of the answer to your question is 1, 2, 3, 4. The column that says ratio or cost. So those are the standards.
Right, that's also where those came from.
Yeah, those are the standards that came out of the work by the committee.
Right.
when they did this work.
And that's helpful, and I think for some of the things, like when Greg talked about the library, there are things that maybe just some commentary or notes to remind about what's different about our schools, so for example, principals, right? So we have one school district, so we're not going to have multiple principals per, 600 students. So I mean, so it's just some of those things that are a little bit different, so keeping some of that in mind when we're evaluating, so just understanding this from.
It's a perfect example, the principal example, yeah.
But I appreciate this report, and what it tells me is that we're using data to drive our decisions in terms of resources. We understand we have, we're not every district in the state is the same. We know we also have our own strategic priorities, and this allows us to look at our resource utilization. And you made a comment, as you said, spend, but this is budget.
Yes.
Not actual spend.
Right.
I mean, which is another reason why the closer your budget is to spend, the more you're using, a realistic tool. But it's good that we're using this as when you're making, resource decisions, so that it's not Santa Claus, it's science.
Yeah, I agree. It's yeah, thank you. It is helpful to look at it and just to see where you want to invest. To your point, right? So it's helpful to have a data laid out.
Okay. All right.
Tom?
Oh, Mary Ann?
Sorry. Yeah, I had a couple questions. One is, so my understanding, and I'll remind the board that I have deep doubts about the evidence-based funding model, and I'm planning to, when I'm off the board and have the time, try and find some education people who can do a literature review for me. I sent Greg some one article that highlights some of the concerns I have, but anyway, more on that later, probably 6 months or more from now. This EBF model compares us within the state, right? And I think, one question to think about is that the comparison that we are committed to, that we want to do? Is that, I realize that, we get a certain amount of state funds. Illinois is not very high in how much they allocate for education compared to many other states. And so I'm a little cautious, of sort of resting on our laurels to say like, oh, we, our district, spends this much over the EBF model per student, so we're doing great, when, that model is comparing, I believe, within Illinois, right? So if you, let's postulate that all of Illinois is 200% what you would actually need to adequately educate the students, then sure, we're not doing as badly as some, but that doesn't mean we're doing well. So that's just it's a serious ongoing concern for me. And, Pritzker has been committing some more money to education, but than some governors have in the past. But overall, the state does not commit that much. We are dependent on property taxes to a large extent, and it's, I don't know, like this is one piece of data. I appreciate this piece of data. I don't think it comes close to a full picture. And when we're deciding where we want to spend the money, like, questions I have are things like, which are the positions that you are having real trouble filling and you feel like our students are being underserved? I'd love to hear that from administration, and then have the board, part of a conversation about, do you want us to allocate more funds so that we can offer a higher salary for these positions, so that we can actually staff them to the capacity we think our students need? And that's if we're going to really look at equity, that's I think a really critical piece of it. So sorry, I'm very negative today, but that's my real concern about this. So
Mary Ann, let me respond to part of that. I related to the whole thing in some ways. First, let me say that almost a full yes to the last part of what you shared. I mean, our responsibility as an administrative team is to come to the board and say, look, this is what we're observing. This is what we see as a need for our school districts. And, you know, we aren't, and we will not, I'll make that commitment as an admin team. We will not take a look at this EDF and be in some sort of way a slave to the numbers that we see here, We aren't gonna sit there and say, oh, look, we're 120%. We can't go any higher than that. If we have a need, we're gonna allow that strategic priority or that assessed, you know, need for our students to come to the service, and we're gonna do our best to justify that. What we can do, though, certainly, is come to the board and say, look, if we're gonna do that, there may be areas where we can be kind of strategically thinner in some areas, and we will try to balance that out as we come forward. And I think when we come to our staffing conversations in 2 weeks, we're gonna begin this. We're in staffing season here, so in 2 weeks, we're gonna have those convos. 2 weeks later, we're gonna ask the board to approve those decisions, and hopefully we'll be able to see that. The only clarity that I'd like to really add to what you shared, what you said at the beginning, is that the EDF model does not compare us throughout the state. In fact, my understanding of how, and remember we talked about Project 2030 a few weeks ago. This came out of Project 2020, and my understanding of that, almost a decade ago, when I first started examining all of this, was that this was designed to define for the state what the research base, the national research base, or in some cases international research base, is telling us about what quality education costs, what it would need to look like, and then to try to find a way to translate that for dollars. The comparative nature of the evidence-based funding formula found it comes in how we where we fall and how other states around, or how other districts around us within the state fall as well. But the EDF model itself doesn't do an in-state comparison. And you may have understood that, but the way you phrased that, I just wasn't sure that it was correct.
I appreciate that clarification, and I think that the only thing that's sort of what I mean. So the article I sent Greg, that is just a preliminary thing, basically was saying that my reading it was saying that they just don't have enough data yet, not enough time has passed to actually be able to evaluate whether the EBF model is doing what they hope it will do. So to me, that's concerning if that's like the main thing that we're using to look at these issues, right? And so and Ray, where the comparison is to, I guess I would say, like, good to compare to the districts around us, good to compare to the state, good to compare beyond the state to the rest of America, good to compare to the world, many places of which spend a lot more on education than we do. So, and so anyway, that's the framework that I wanted to highlight.
And just to echo a little bit of what Dr. Johnson said is part of when the evidence-based funding model was developed really was an attempt to, if you, for those that were on the board, remember General State Aid said every student in Illinois, no matter what economic background they come from, where they live, what their race is, what kind of English they speak, or their level of English proficiency, they all would be the same amount of money. And what it did is created a system of have and have nots. And so these percentages really try to, outside of the regionalization factor that just accounts for certain areas cost more money than other areas to staff people and whatnot, it's really a comparison against yourself. It determines you need X amount of dollars to adequately educate a student. Are you spending X amount of dollars? The other thing is, just to echo and agree with a lot of what you're saying, this is a tool in the box that is used to help make decisions, but not the entire toolbox. So this is done to look at areas that give us that first look of, are we spending towards where our strategic plan is, and then how does that strategic plan then equate to results for children in our district?
And
So-
I really appreciate that. And I wasn't on the board 10 years ago and was not paying any attention to this. And so, your explanation, and that is my understanding, this is an improvement, right? Like what they're trying to do here, I definitely, data in the right place, heart in the right place, etc. That all makes sense to me. I think the one takeaway I would point out is this word adequacy is a really slippery word. And I just think we should be careful who we let define what we consider adequate. Like I feel like I'm pulling out the motto of Oak Park of the high school, right? The things that are best, right? Like best and adequate are not the same, right? So anyway, I'll stop.
Okay. Let us then, any other questions? We're good with this. And that completes our discussion topics. So we have in the agenda, we move to our information. There is the Q2 variance report for your dining pleasure. Good. And are there any questions on that? Seeing none, our next segment is board governance. And in terms of discussionary topics, we have within the board governance a current version of the board atlas. Thanks to the great work by Graham and updating and others. So our current goal picture, our current, I mean, it is current with all the changes that we've been making, and it will continue to flux. So comments?
Yeah, the one comment is I'm gonna be sending a note out to all the board members because slide 36 is the map that shows what the goal is, and it's my perception of where we are, and I've got red, yellow, green lights. So I'll ask everybody to just confirm back to me, is this really where we are? But also, did I correctly associate the board member teams to the different goals? Okay, I was kind of guessing also. You'll get an email from me to ask you to verify that info.
Okay. So appreciate it, and as we said, this will be embedded in our agenda, and we will, in some cases, dig deep, but not this evening. So I think that covers, obviously, board governance tonight being a key milestone of the welcoming of our student delegates. That was a key initiative in board governance. So, pardon?
It was the #1 governance goal, actually.
It was our #1 governance goal. So these things, with work will come to fruition, and this is the beginning. So that covers that. Let's move to our district, community, state, and reports. Are there any to speak to?
So, Mary Ann, do you want to talk about IDub? I was only never part of the meeting, but.
Yes.
Yeah,
Give me
you
a
wanna go ahead and
sec,
update?
and let me pull up my notes 1 second. Sorry, you guys went faster than I was. Does anyone else have any other presentations?
Someone we can
I'll jump
Yeah.
in and burn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Real quick. Community Finance Committee next meeting is March 11th.
Yes.
The agenda creation, is that a Tony and Kolar? Who makes that agenda? Okay, I'll just send a note to you to make sure we get some of these key things like the peer districts and stuff on. Sustainability Committee, I had an embarrassing drop of ball because I was on a business trip the first half of this week, and I probably took for granted or didn't take the action I needed to make sure I could work there, so I really apologize for that. But a very influential community member, Manolo Avalos, was there, and he used AI to take some notes. So I've got his AI output, I'm gonna have that converted to some notes for you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary Ann, I got.
Yep. Yep, I found my notes. I'm sorry, I haven't typed them up for you all. But basically we have continued working on this governance document that is about, you know, trying to do outreach to the community to encourage a wider range of folks to think about running for office. So we did a revision draft, and I'll have the edits. I think we're all going to be bringing them back to our boards for consideration probably after the next iGov. And then I'm starting to draft a companion piece that is, you know, okay, you've decided to run, here's the process. Because as I'm sure everyone's aware, there are some arcane little bits of the process that are really easy to mess up. And so we want to try and try and make sure everyone gets the guidance they need to be able to effectively run should they want to. Another sort of major discussion at iGov was about the fact that the library has recently committed to doing an anonymous staff survey. It's I believe they've spent a significant amount of money to make it a truly anonymous and well-designed survey. So they are going to bring back some, I think all of us at the other boards were interested in learning more. So they are going to bring back pricing and sort of some guidance on like what kinds of things they were asking for when they did this. So I will hopefully have more to report on that again, probably next time. And another discussion that we had was about formalizing the exit interview process, possibly with a third party to alleviate power dynamics. And so that's a, you know, this is, I guess, for Luxana, but we'll bring back again more of that. I think we were very interested in, you know, making sure that we're trying to make sure that if staff are leaving, that we have an unbiased and yeah, like accurate assessment of what's going on. So I think that's do you want to add anything, Audrey?
No, that about covers it. I mean, looking forward to sharing this the document and getting feedback about running for office. Really good. Like that's something that's really help people understand how it works.
Okay, CCB.
Well, we had to cancel the January meeting because of the terror and treachery associated with an inch and a half.
Bob, can you write that one up?
Actually, it's hearing very well.
Terror and treachery.
Whoa, easy.
That's really cool.
Okay, facilities. I'm gonna.
Facilities, we have not had a committee meeting. Do we have one scheduled?
It'll be in March. I did, during the day on the top of my head, but we have one,
We were supposed to have one like in November or December or something that we missed. I don't know.
I have to look at the calendar, I don't know off the top of my head of that.
But we'll have one in March?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, Road Forest Community,
We'll be next month.
Community Council.
We presented on changes made to the science grouping.
Okay. Boosters. Floods.
Lots of things is always busy this term. They are having the Cinderella performance coming up beginning of March. Heidi came from the Magic Foundation to speak about how they might partner and support each other from a fundraising perspective. And the big annual ground sale in 2000. So they'll be sending things out for that. But lots of things around just supporting the performing arts as we heard of the request for uniforms and choir robes. But a lot of discussion about how the students are doing, and we also had representation there from the performing arts departments to give updates about what's going on.
Excellent. Scholarship.
I haven't heard back.
That's funny.
Who's that going at?
Keep it on the main. Good evening.
Not at all, small.
Yeah.
Okay, collaboration,
We're meeting next week.
and Oak Park Council of Government is meeting March,
It's a date you can't make.
yeah, I'm out. The last one was canceled, due to treachery and I think it was some, I don't remember why, but it was canceled. Here's snowball. Yeah. Just. Okay, that covers our updates. Our next topic is future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items that would like to be brought forth for consideration?
I have two.
You may.
And these might not qualify, but I have two issues that I wanted to raise.
Yeah.
One is the petition that the student brought forth during public comment tonight, signed by 440 students and faculty around an update to our 8-year-old policy governing undocumented students and families. I think that we should take that request seriously and consider it thoroughly. I don't know the best way to go about doing that. Should we have a policy committee evaluate this first possibly? And bring it forth to the full board? Is it something the administration wants to think about first? I don't know. Just raise it.
Right. My thoughts when I listened to it, something that our process has been at a policy committee, and since we work with, the administration, that they have to sort of go through that process first and then come to work. First work has been done for others.
Yeah, so in that, you start us off by saying, you're not sure if this is a future agenda, one of those, if it goes through policy committee, the process is. That'll determine whether it's a future board item, so that seems to be clean.
That would be my preference, but also get to the board much more quickly then, so if you feel comfortable with us folding this into the next set of policies that the policy committee considers, that would be favorable.
There's actually another flight coming up in March.
Okay, so perfect. And then second, tonight is I think the third meeting in as many months where we have talked about students coming into ninth grade from outside of our feeder schools and feeder districts. And I am wondering if there is either a role for the board in thinking about this and talking about this, if there's a role for, if it's appropriate for administration to try to bundle thinking and reporting on this into something that should appear on the agenda. And where I'm going with this is there's a freshman on track component where we're seeing, being driven in part by students coming from outside of feeder districts. There's a BEP discipline statistic component there, and I feel like this is a cohort of students that, just looking at the data in limited ways, we are trying to support them, but we may be not supporting them in the way that they need. Also, it's impacting some really important metrics for our district. Are there things that we should be doing to support families? Are there things that we should be doing in terms of intake with data collection that we're missing? It just seems like there are a whole bunch of issues that go into that cohort of students. And I know that we're trying to attack those issues independently of each other, but so really I'm kind of teeing this up to you, Greg, as more of a question is, is the administration thinking of this as a single set of problems to be solved, that all wrapped together, and if so, can you report to us that way?
I've had on the radar, and to the extent we have thought about it, it's going to be one of the recommendations in the freshman on track report was to analyze that group, right? But you're talking about something, yes, and a little more comprehensive as well, so we're gonna do it, okay? Okay. And we'll bring it back.
And I have one too. So as required by the state, we transport special education students from home to school and from school to home. As it's written in their IEPs and as it is to give them a free and appropriate education. However, when it comes to our special education students, specifically the ones that are in the isolated classrooms, we are really struggling to see them get involved in extracurriculars. The benefits we see in extracurriculars are vast and can even help with meeting more IEP goals and providing them with, again, a better education, as stated in like all of the goals. So I think we should really look into either expanding our contract with, I believe it's the transportation contract, or looking into a different service to be able to provide transportation to and or from extracurricular activities. Specifically, many students, at least what I've talked to, part of the reason they're not getting involved is because they can't get there. Because especially with Best Buddies, it's at 7:20 in the morning. And it's one of the most advertised programs for this specific group of students. However, many of them struggle to get there because their parents have work or some other reason. If we are able to provide transportation, we're able to help serve this specific group of students in a much better and successful way. And I've told this to so many people, and now I get to say it here.
You know what else?
Well done.
We're a little light on EDF adequacy for student activities.
Excellent.
So. we could help that out.
All right, thank you. You and I talked about this before, so it's.
Can you please make it before I graduate? Get it on the radar.
We'll do our best, I promise you that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for your contributions for future agenda items. They will go into the funnel of pre-graduation with the flowers that are being sold. Okay. All right, so that concludes our agenda. We are not yet ready for adjournment. We will have we will recess open session.
Okay.
So we get another recess. And we will be returning to closed session. You are free, you're done. We will return to closed session as we have remaining items, and when we conclude closed session, we will return to open session to conclude our voting requirement item B or C on the consent, B on the consent agenda. Consent agenda was pulled, and that will be voted upon post closed session. So that's our sequence for folks. Pardon? Oh, I moved to all go out and have recess. All in support?
Aye.
Who's bringing the?
Sure.
session and we are returning to the consent agenda. I had problems before. Consent agenda and item B. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, resignations, leaves of absence, releases, and summer school hires.
Second.
And is there any discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a roll call.
Ms. Williams Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst,
No.
and Mr. Kowski.
Yes. That concludes our agenda for this evening. I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We're adjourned.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
And,